Okay, let us get started. Welcome, everybody. It is a wonderful day. Not just because, for all that it matters, you could easily do an 8-hour hiking trip and it would be a wonderful time. Though, might be a little chilly, but not too bad. But we're not doing that. No, it's a wonderful day because we get to work on Hit Idol. Hello! We get to work on it, and even better than that, yeah, even better. Not only do we get to work on it, today is the day that the Steam page has gone live. Woo! I made all the assets that Steam asked for, and trust me, they asked for many. All of these are relevant. Well, these here, obviously, these are sprites that I made in order to create the assets. But all of the ones, so all of these are hard required in order to launch a Steam page. Then you also have to write some text, which wasn't too bad. You have to submit your build, you have to get it reviewed and approved to make sure that you're not pushing, literal malware and all that. But I went through all that and now it is live. I wonder, I can't help struggling with the feeling that this might be a little bit early, but hey, the demo is done. All the stuff that is going to be in the demo is in it, so at the same time there's not really much point to delaying. I could, if anything, I could stall for even more time to make art, but the thing is, I tried to do another art pass yesterday and it really just didn't work out. Is it because I'm a bad artist? Yes. But somehow the character portraits are just unalterably perfect the way that they are now. At least they certainly are unable to be improved by me. So, given that all the gameplay that is possibly visible within the demo is present and finished, hey, no real point to holding off. I pushed hard towards this point because I really want to be featured in the upcoming Next Fest of June, for which there was a submission deadline at the end of this month, so I've comfortably met that deadline. I'm all signed up, my page is public, which, funny that, I have discovered you only have to sign up. You only have to sign up by the end of April, and you really should then get a demo build uploaded and ready ASAP. You might even need your demo build up immediately because, of course, press get early access, so you don't have all the time in the world after that, but at the very least, launching your store page, you could do that on the night of the 8th, when the next fest starts on the 9th. So, 9th of June specifically. So, I'm slightly overachieving, as don't I always? So, I'm just in a separate window making a commit for the state that the demo is currently in. Because, well, that's what source control is for, giving you safe fallbacks. Because from now on, we are, like, we've hit, yep, this is our point. This is what's going to be in the demo. So now that we've comfortably met that deadline and made a functioning and feature complete demo, we can turn our gaze forward. We can go and think about what are we going to make next? What's still there to do for the rest of the game? It's not terribly much, it is a good bit, which is why I've made my estimates for release to be in July. That might seem, I don't know, you can see it anyway. Releasing 3 months from now might be a ambitious estimate. Listing it in my head because the list doesn't have that many individual points, though of course each point has some content to it. Less. There we are. Though each point has multiple pieces to it, there's not that much left to be done. So intuitively, I kind of want to think I don't even need 3 months. But that's good. Of course, I shouldn't, because the way that software development works, of course, I have, if I want to meet my July 2025 deadline, it doesn't need to be midnight on the 1st of July. So I've actually got more than a solid 3 weeks, so 3 months. I've got a solid 4 months. But the way that software development works, I don't just want to barely squeak by finishing the game. I also want to have it finished a little ahead of time so that I can test it, I can fix the things that are broken and are unfun about the final release date, and I can get the final release reviewed by Steam, which might be necessary. So all in all, I figure I should aim to be done with the game at least a month ahead of time, which is going to cut down our time to development somewhat. Let's see. I've never used notes before, because I do keep notes, but not like this. Why is... Game Maker, you have space, use it. Thank you. Oh, well, now it's stuck to that side. Awesome. It's okay. It's okay. Oh, now that's gone. Well, okay. Goodbye, random drop down that I didn't know what it did. Goodbye. I will always love you. Anyway, let's think. Road to release. What do we still need to do? Well, as of right now, the beginning of the story exists, but the end of it does not. I know what happens, but it's not written out. So, I need to write that, which is going to be an off-stream kind of thing. Further, this needs to be, dialogues need to be implemented. This is going to take the form largely of little dialogues with Butterfly in the shape that we are already used to on the table, and just all the developments that she informs you of for small labor pieces, let's say. Of course, what we also need is, that's the intermediate development, we'll say, the intermediate story development, that is. In addition, the big thing is the ending. The ending needs to happen, so I know what happens. I don't have the texts ready, but I pretty much know who's going to say what. And I can even imply one thing. Maybe it is going to be endings, plural. So, the ending, or possibly endings, depending on how you play. So the ending is going to take the shape, naturally. Game ends when it does. You are going to shoot for Starfell Sky Festival, and unlike certain disappointing feeling media that I could name here, you actually reach the goal that you shoot for. Well, that is, if teacher is competent. It's not guaranteed, but if you are competent, then you will in fact reach your grand goal that you've set for yourself. So, and what I'm imagining now, for which I will also need to experiment and find what works, this will take the form kind of like a cutscene. When the complete conclusion happens, what's also going to happen, something like reaching your goal. Upon completion of your goal, we are also going to have a wrap-up. This is not a game which is going to have an infinite, you've done the things! Great! You are the hero and everything is saved forever. Now go out onto the map and fight random battles forever. This is not that kind of game. It is going to have a proper ending. So, the ending is going to wrap up the story, for which there are going to be monologues from each idol with some variations. Intuitively, I want to be coy about this, but there's not really much about it. The variations that there are going to be are, amongst others, variations depending on whether they finished their dialogue with a given trend. So, those variations are in the works, and we are going to need some kind of object that decides what does the monologue look like, yeah? We need an object that assembles the monologue based on such factors as, did they finish their dialogue with friend A? Did they finish their dialogue with friend B and C? Yeah? Now, Also, there's going to be a final wrap-up scene with all idols being queued together, I'll say. So that's the basics of it. That's the story ending. Further, as part of the ending, decide and implement how to trigger the ending. What I mean by that is having to freeze a band until week whatever, until the last week, would feel icky. What I mean by that is you need a band with 500 butterflies in order to play at Starfield Sky Festival. But the way that Hit Idol works, you are very much supposed to make a band, let it reach its popularity as it's going to, and then once the hype dies down, you dissolve that band. That's how it's supposed to work. Which means, if you have a band that is more than capable of playing at Starfield Sky Festival, but it's just not the end of the game yet, what am I going to do with that? Am I going to, if you try to sign up, am I going to tell you, no, you're not allowed to do that yet, not until the last week, and tell you to come back with that band at the last week? No, not really. So save, sign up from valid band to Starfield Sky Festival. So what we are going to do instead is Starfield Sky Festival is going to be a little special. When you can properly sign up to it, what I want to do is I want to save the band that did so and let you play the game in the meanwhile. In fact, possibly offer skip to ending. That's an idea, though I don't think I should. I also find it very cute that even in the plain text notes, GameMaker still has the auto-closing brackets and quotes, so if I type a double quote or a single quote, if I type a single quote, it automatically adds a second one, which makes it... Hey, it's not like the single quote sees any use in English, like for abbreviations. Strictly speaking, it's a contraction, which is also a type of abbreviation. Hey, I have to flex that I have a very advanced degree in the English language. One might even say a certificate of proficiency. Certainly do. I kinda don't like it because it's just... Yes, it's certifying the truth. But shouldn't you be more impressed that I speak the English? Well, that's just me. Having a certificate doesn't mean anything if you don't have the skills to back it up, and it's certainly possible that you have a certificate without them. But that's completely unrelated. So, offering a skip to the ending would allow you, if everything else is wrapped up, well, you've done it, yeah? If you don't want to spend time seeing anything else, it would allow you to move forward to the ending, which would simultaneously, it would obsolete having to save the sign up, since if you have a valid sign up and we allow you to skip, well, the problem of not being able to dissolve the band no longer exists. It would certainly be kind to speedrunners, and I don't know why you would run this game. Like, why would you speedrun this game? But any game gets speedrun. I'll always say, one large inspiration that I hope is visible on my non-existent sleeve, because I only wear t-shirts. I don't have a single long sleeve shirt. I guess this is my sleeve. Anyway, one inspiration that I hope is visible on my sleeve is the logical journey of the Zoombinis, or as it's now known in its remake, just Zoombinis. Even though there were actually 3 games with the Zoombinis, one of which was amazing, one of which existed to the point that it was like only released in Britain, and the 3rd game was alright. It was alright. It certainly wasn't the first. So it does make sense that history should forget the latter 2. But the point is that inspiration does have a speedrunning scene, even though there's not that much in the way of tricks. You just solve the puzzles quickly. But I'm afraid, eat your heart out, speedrunners. No skipping to the end. Yeah, I think for multiple reasons. The biggest one being that offering you a skip to ending button is quite literally just admitting, yeah, that's it for the game. We don't have any new surprising content to show you. And maybe that's not even true. I mean, you might skip past, amongst other things, a new issue of a new issue of Idol Monthly, and you wouldn't want to do that either. You wouldn't want to do that. So instead of... Oh, there's an overlap here too. That's okay. Instead of basically telling the player that they are wasting their time continuing to play, yeah, I'm just gonna put content in that time. Like, yeah, crazy how that works. Yeah. There's a training camp almost at the end, then 2 weeks before Starfield Sky Festival there's another issue of Idol Monthly, and there's going to be a little bit of stuff between. So it really doesn't... Not necessary. Need to note, this is also a broken rhythm, basically. But speaking of which, training camps is another huge point that I would like to start working on today, if I can convince myself to stop yapping about it. How training camps are going to work are triggered events in certain weeks, which are going to happen, well, they're gonna happen when they do. I've got a timeline on my clever sheet here with all the times that they happen. They happen from the beginning of the mid-game roughly every 4 to 5 weeks. It so happens that the element I want to use to control them would overlap with idle monthly, so it is going to dodge out of the way of new releases every so often. But so what is a training camp? Trigger dialogue. Teacher gets to pick 2 stats to focus on. All idols gain a bonus in those stats. There we are. And that's kinda all there is to it. Of course, we need to communicate that one is happening. We need to put a controlling object in there. So let's see. Let's put this at this indentation level. Spawn stat selector on start screen. Require that 2 stats be picked in order to proceed. Training camps are not optional. And well, during those weeks, show that a training camp happened. Let's see. Let's say it is after mini games, before potential concert letter. This is a point of discussion, maybe. I could make it so that training camps override concerts, and you can't go to a concert while a training camp is happening. I could make it like that. For the simple reason that it's a little bit nonsensical. You can't do both with your time, yeah? You can't spend your weekends at a mansion upstate and also put on a concert. But meh is what I'm gonna say to that. I'm not sure many people will actually notice or take issue with it. I don't know, the concerts happened on Thursday, then into the training camp, and by Sunday you're back home. Something like that. That is kinda icky, isn't it? We might actually want to make that happen, yes. Because it kinda sucks. Here's what I'm concerned with. If we block concerts from happening, isn't that possibly going to invite bad feelings from the player when they wanted to put on a concert this week, but they can't? Particularly with the last training camp being just about right before Starfield Sky Festival, when you could really use a concert in order to raise your popularity sufficiently to be at Starfield Sky Festival. It would kinda suck if your plan is dashed by being forced to attend a training camp. Would kinda suck. if you have to attend a training camp and therefore can't put on a concert, and therefore, you know, you miss your popularity bonus, you don't get enough butterflies to go to Starfield Sky Festival, you don't get your proper ending, and then you literally explode. That would feel real bad. For which there is an option to simply not put on a training camp close to Starfield Sky Festival, but it would have to give quite a bit of space. So I think we are going to go with the philosophy of don't worry about it. Or we might even lampshade this. Yeah? I'm not looking forward to drawing another concert letter room background. I think the one that I have is working well. I think it is lovely. I would not like to make another. Simple as. This one may look simple, it may be simple, but I ain't looking forward to making another. Consequently, the reason that I'm thinking about the background is that one possibility is, let's say it goes like this. You go to a training camp, and the point is teacher accompanies the idols to that training camp. Teacher accompanies the idols to the training camp, which is just driving like an hour upstate to Lucky's holiday mansion. So it's not like this is some remote thing either. Then, when it is time for concert, the idols go and they do that, because again, you're maybe an hour away from town. It's not a big issue whatsoever. And then they return. And what we could make, if we had limitless time and the artistic skill to see it through, we could make it so that the concert letter from is received at the training camp. Yeah? That's how we can make it happen. For which we would need a different image, or we could lampshade this super hard, not give a different image, and just say, oh, this is the training camp kitchen. Yes. Because what happens, this is an object room handler ladder. What happens here is we have an override to determine top label and also bottom label? Well, this changes the date that is displayed to Sunday rather than saying it's week X, it displays it is Sunday this date. I'm a little surprised that at no point here do we define that this room is called Teacher's Kitchen, but I think that I've done with a beautiful amount of abstraction. Let's see. Because if we were to put on a concert right here, and then we simply click our way through the minigame real fast. We click our way through here, we go through the stats gained. So, at this point, we transition into Teacher's Kitchen, yeah? So we have Sunday, this date, and Teacher's Kitchen. Where, oh where, might that be stored? Because it's not here, but I think I have a pretty good idea of where it is, because I am quite certain that's the bottom label, so what's underneath the Teacher's Kitchen label, is automatically made. It is drawn from object par room handler, and if we search for it here, no? Where is it? Now I'm a little weirded out, but it really doesn't matter. So, we can locate where that is, yeah? Ah, here it is. Right here it is. There's no method for it, it's just the room label of Teacher's Kitchen is set to be the bottom label of the trade-in. We could lampshade this by displaying the same background, playing in fact the same ambience, because it is, well, the same room. But instead of saying that it is Teacher's Kitchen, we could simply say, well, it's a training camp kitchen. Yes. Or we can just say that the teacher is back home by Sunday. Though, back home for breakfast on Sunday doesn't make much sense. After all, you do want to use the time that you have. So staying through Sunday and returning in the evening would only make sense. So, maybe. Well, put that as a maybe. Change bottom label. Maybe ambience. Like, maybe use different ambient sounds. Use the ambient sounds of the idols being around you, instead of teacher's regular, more quiet kitchen ambient. When at a training camp and viewing concerts letter to lampshade. So it may not look any different, but it is. Right. That would be that solved, and yeah. Since the training camp isn't that far away, it absolutely makes sense that the idols leave teacher behind, they go into town, they put on their concert, and then they return. At that point, it doesn't make much sense that Butterfly would write a letter when, teacher is literally there. But I mean, it also doesn't make a ton of sense that she writes a letter whatsoever when A, text messages exist, all the idols have flip phones, it's not a big issue, or you could make a call. Which, by the way, it's not that she posts this letter. No, she hand delivers the letter on Sunday. Which means she's there at teacher's house. She may as well ring the doorbell, but she writes a letter because she is a little old-fashioned. So, Also, I don't think anyone's really gonna think about that. Put a question mark on this, because I'm not positively sold on it. But that would be cute lamp shading. So, but what needs to happen? I'm not sure how I want to display this training camp happened. We could most certainly, well, we could reuse the way that stats are currently displayed as increasing after a minigame, you know, with the heart and ding and the whatnot, but I think we can go a little cuter. We can do a specific intermission or the training camp. Regrettably, at this point it would have been great had the artist I tried to recruit actually turned out. Unfortunately, he asked me for external motivation. I provided. He failed to put out regardless. Too bad, really. Too bad. I would have loved to have him draw a landscape photo. I'm not sure I am going to. Again, I don't love the idea, and it is kind of breaking the style of Hit Idol. So, what we could do here, yeah. What we could do here is, after the minigame, once you've seen, okay, you've done the minigame, these idols gained this many stats, the band gained this much popularity overall. Afterwards, we fade in to a landscape picture, literally 16 by 9 screen filling, showing the training camp location. But how would that even be? Would that be full color? Would it be black and white the way that the concert photos right now are? Either one is weird, really. Not to mention, it might not look like it on account of how it is terrible, but every single one of these photos took me many hours to complete. Every last one. This one especially. Yeah? Can we just appreciate the amount of needless effort I put into this? I made an entire skyline for this, when that was so unnecessary. It could have been like, I could have extended the mountain range, I could have made this a field, I could have extended the trees, but no. No, it is on a hillside facing town, so I've had to manually not just create but recreate an accurate skyline for the specific place where Hit Idol is supposed, well, implied to take place at the time that Hit Idol happens. So you better appreciate that amount of effort that went in there. It wasn't freaking easy. So, so the point is, I'm not particularly keen on having to make a significantly larger image, because this is 528 by 528. But in order to be screen filling, it would have to be quite literally 3 times as wide and twice as tall. So I would have to fill 6 times as much image in order to fill it at the same pixel grid resolution that I use. That would be quite a bother. I wouldn't love that. That would be the labor of weeks. A labor that I simply cannot afford to undertake, so we're not doing that. So what I think is going to happen is, at least at first, at least for an initial design, it's going to be a black screen telling you what's happening. There is going to be some flavor text for sure. So dark screen with creating text informing creating text explaining gains, just like the end of minigame screen. Utilizing the visual style that we have already established. So for this, there's going to be probably flavor text. Let's think. One possibility is that we call out specific idols doing specific things, though that would be a huge amount of effort to write. Also, we are in the funny situation that the first training camp is planned to take place when you have 7 idols. Yeah, 7. Which means there's 1 that you don't have. So we can't rely on you having all of them. Now, naturally, like, I'm developing this game. I could just make it so that the first training camp happens after you get your 8th idol. But I really want it to be before then. Because the 8th idol is pretty late. So, that means that for that first training camp specifically, I would have to make sure that I don't mention an idol you don't have. Which would be an issue. So, maybe not. But flavor text, not mentioning anyone by name, fitting to the stats selected. We need to transfer which stats you have selected anyway between the table scene and this training camp montage, basically. Yeah. Actually, worded like a play-by-play montage. Wouldn't that be cute? Instead of, obviously, instead of just saying everybody's heart increased by 20. Boring. What we can do is we can do like let's say you've chosen persona, which includes your costume and the depth of your idol persona. We could say made new costume ornaments, +5 persona. Engaged in deep, absolutely not tabletop roleplay, +6 persona. Stuff like that. So you get the play-by-play of what happens in order to explain why you're gaining those stats. And that is a lot easier to write than having to make texts for absolutely everyone and then decide who's even present. So that's cute. That works. That'll work. Yeah. With a bit of sound, question mark? Maybe. Yeah, like engage in idle roleplay with the sound of dice rolling. You're definitely not playing D&D at the training camp, don't worry about it. So, yeah, that sounds cute. Mm. Okay. Well, right. And then lampshading the concert letter seems fun enough. Mm, The ambience can then also change to like feature someone quietly yawning in the background and stuff like that, just to um, highlight, yeah, you are at the training camp. Totally. We know it doesn't look different, but you are. Promise. Okay. So, so that is training camps, and naturally. So that is imagining that. We just need to make it happen too, which is going to be quite a while. What else needs to happen on the road to release? More concert letter, mostly writing. That is, the concert letter already has a very big selection of lines that it can draw from, but I simply want there to be more. More line rehearsal, all writing. Same thing. Line rehearsal currently has, let me give an accurate answer on this, it's like 35 questions. 36 even. It has 36 questions that are implemented and in the game. All of these come centrally from the spreadsheets. They are automatically put into the translated data. For that's cool enough. I want to go at least to 40. And, you know, just the more the better, really. 40 would be a decent point that would give, well, first off, it's enough that it's unlikely you're going to get many repeats, considering how often are you even going to play that minigame? Well, there's 40 weeks in the game that you can play it, and for about 2/3 of them you're going to have 2 bands, so let's say you're gonna play that minigame at most 20 times? Probably less. Probably it's going to be on the scale of 15. So 40 is probably good enough. And it allows a little bit of recognition without getting repetitive. Also, when you have triggered the ending, what I want there to be, each of the minigames has variations for your special missions. One possible option is to, well, the ending happens, you did it, good job. But that would be a bit boring, wouldn't it? So instead we're going to do a minigame rush for the ending, where you have to do all 4 of them back to back. Also, however, there's going to be a fallback bad ending. I'm not going to spoil precisely how it works, but there's going to be a great ending and a good ending, more or less. Right. What else needs to happen? Let's take a look at our separate to-do list. So Thanks credits. That's going to be a work of like 2 hours. Yes, this one. This is a maybe. Currently, in Songcraft, you just play a fixed stinger. It is the word idle as written out, like the way that it plays on the start screen. Yeah. On the start screen, all of the letters make noise. They use a specific tone when clicked, which I have completely shamelessly stolen from, well, most games. Animal Crossing comes to mind. But it confirms that you've done something, and it tells you that it is something distinct, which is cute enough. It means that every save has their own melody. Ooh! Ha! Oh, well, I'll write that one down, but I'm not positive I'll do it. Instead of playing just this generic paper pickup sound, of course, I could, when you select a save game, play the melody that the save game makes. So, for instance, if your save game is named Teacher, then it would sound like this. That is so unnecessary, and I love it. We'll write that one down. Place save file selection sound with save game name in idle octave. Right. Question mark. I'm gonna move that all the way back here. This is basically us making a backlog where the important things are up top, so that when we need something to do, we can look at the backlog and find, oh, the things near the top should probably be addressed first. Okay. Yeah, then there's a little bit more polish. I don't think I'm going to do that one. Not even gonna write it down. Make the concert letter room a little more interactive, which means specific sounds for touching toasts, juice, whatever, which would be not even that difficult to implement. Only open letter when it is clicked on. That wouldn't be the worst, though I'd have to make sure to add a blocker once letter is opened, so that you can't accidentally reach into the juice jar, sorry, the juice mug, trying to advance the letter. Okay. Well, that's the basics of it. I'm sure there's some stuff that I don't even know about. Oh, right. Speaking of which, you have to make mazes for escape. artistry. I've always made that a problem for future me, and now I am future me, and now it is my problem. How that works is in the variant to poster artistry, we have a bunch of mazes that you have to solve. This one isn't terribly interesting onto itself, and currently there are 0 variations, it is always the same one. It won't be too difficult once the maze is made. It won't be that difficult to implement them because I've written a little utility that actually goes through the image, looks where the walls are, and then outputs a cute little representation of how those walls should behave in the game. But unfortunately, that does mean that I have to actually make those mazes. I don't wanna. So, but that is our backlog for the moment, which should be well doable. I'm sure there are many things that I don't know I have to do just yet. That's why you leave some room. Okay. So, we are going to get started on that in a moment. First, it is the top of the hour, which means it is time for me to take my first midstream break. So I'll do that, stretch my legs a little, use the restroom, probably have some delicious grapes for breakfast. You guys feel free to do the same, any or all parts of that. We're gonna be back in just a few minutes, and then we are going to start on the training camps, which is probably going to take us quite a while to implement, so we had better get started. Right, see you in a bit. Don't go too far. Gonna run some ads to make the pre-rolls go away. Whether or not you let those play, I don't particularly mind. Anyway, see you in a bit. Idiot forgot to turn up the music. Anyway, welcome back. Ads should be over for everyone. So let us continue. So, training camps. How are we even going to start on those? Well, let's see. The dialogue actually would be prepared. Is it prepared though? Or is it just something that I've written part of and not implemented as part of the game? Easy enough to check. Training camp dialogues is not present. Okay, well, we can start on that. Though better coding practice might be to first make the smallest testable unit. That being, we are first going to make the object that lets you assign stats, but meh. So for this, we are going to need us a translation key. This is going to live right at the bottom here. Yeah, which is very convenient, certainly. Both because it is currently at the end of the story dialogues, but also because it just is there alphabetically, and that's the criterion I'm actually sorting after. So, that should be in the translated data, meaning we can find it like so. Then, what needs to happen? We need to not you. We need to go to the table room handler. So, object room handler table, which has a list of weekly triggers, which is very convenient indeed. For which, yeah, that's easy enough. So, in which we want to spawn the object that allows us to assign the stats. We need to in some way prepare such that your selected stats are transferred to the place where the summary is shown, and we need to display the dialogue, but one thing at a time. So this is going to be in week 15 with the 0 numbering scheme, yes. So week 15. In week 15 we want a trigger that sets us up. For that we want a function that sets up pretty much the entire thing, that spawns the object, that prepares the state insofar as it is needed, and that also prepares the dialogue. Let us start on that one first. So this is going to be right here. We're going to make a function set up training camp dialogue, and this is going to take a number. This is going to be, I don't know, index, because I'm going to use it largely like an index. You are a number, an idiot number, one might say, because training camp dialogues, this is going to be an array. There are going to be 6 different training camp dialogues, and instead of storing them all in distinct translation keys, they are within the same objects, which is an array because they are, they're all training camp dialogues. So, easy enough. Which means, of course, that the function I've made to abstract this don't work so well. Oh well. Anyway, the object that we want resides at gets translated string translation keys dot story dot training camp dialogues, and the specific one we want lives within this array at the specified index. Easy enough. Now, one might say that there is a slight issue with how I set up my dialogues, in that I certainly want there to be scripting that happens while this is going on. But you already know that I've already thought of this. We are going to make this a super simple script, which is, well, it's going to make us a dark highlighter. It's going to set up a photo of butterfly to talk to us, and when the dialogue is done, it removes both of those things. In order to do so, we need to respect that the dialogue is going to have a different number of lines. Currently, each of these green arrays that you see here, each of these matches to a specific line of dialogue. Which currently, this is tightly coupled. This requires there to be equally as many green arrays as there are lines of dialogue. So if I update it, I gotta also update the scripting. But since we already know what our scripts are going to be, it can be super simple. Really, all that we want is we want to set up the dialogue at the start. Then we want to let it play out, and at the end we want to clean up. So we don't care how many lines there are in between. We only care that there is something at the start and at the end. For which active dialog scripts is array create with well, the amount of lines that is in the currently active dialog. And so that sets us up, well, that sets us up an array with this capacity, but currently all of its entries are, I'm not sure, I think 0. Yes, they are all initialized to 0. Yes. And the trivial way to do this would be to initialize this with empty array. This would be horrible. Can you tell why? Can you tell why that very code over there is not what you want? In fact, it is very broken. Because we are telling it to initialize an array in which every value is this array. It's not that it's going to make an empty array for each value, it is going to use this very array. So if we modify it, if we give it elements, well, that's not going to be so easy, that's not going to be so fun. Because then essentially every element which is that very same array is going to trigger setting up the both setting up and cleaning up the dialog, which we don't want. We don't want to do that. So there are possible solutions to this. One is that we simply create the array with no noteworthy entry, and then we loop over and manually create a new empty array to put at every spot in the array, but that's not so great. We shouldn't do that. So, because it's just, we're initializing data just to then overwrite it, and at that point we may as well do a loop which uses array push, but that's also icky. So what we can do instead, we can use array create extended with a callback function. The callback, well, it's not a callback at all actually, it's a lambda function. I'm saying words. If those words don't make sense, don't worry about it. It's mostly me, not you. So we can give it an initialization function which gives us an empty array. And this is different, because now it is going to set up an array of the given length, and for each element it is going to run this function which tells it make a new empty array and store it. Meaning that each element of the thusly created array is going to be empty. It's going to be a distinct empty array. Right. So that's us. In order to then to execute the codes to set up and clean up the dialog, we of course need to add some elements to some of these arrays. So our start is the first array that's created, and into this we want to, this is a bad example because this dialog is triggered from the middle of gameplay. We want to find a dialog that is triggered as the room begins, for which actually we don't need to do anything at the start, do we? No, kinda do. Kinda do. Yes, we need to move the photo of butterfly. Either we need to move it from behind the dark highlighter to in front of it so that you can clearly see her, or we need to show her to begin with. And I've made it convention that the dark highlighter is created as the dialog begins, I suppose. No, that's because there's a specific cutout. Yeah. Okay. Okay, we want these two. Pretty much, we want to steal this array and put it down here so that at the start of the dialogue, the photo of Butterfly moves to in front, so that she isn't shadowed, she is clearly visible, but also she becomes visible. For that, first we need to do a little bit more work to set it up. We need to create a dark highlighter, which just covers absolutely everything. Like so. And we need to set up dialog elements on the start screen. This is going to give us an invisible, undraggable photo of Butterfly, and it's going to give us an attachment point for teachers' dialogue lines. So, now this photo is invisible and undraggable, so start. Well, once again, there are many rows to roam. What I want now is that the start array becomes equal to this. Need to store the butterfly photo we have just created. Music, you're a bit too excited. Thank you. Need to store this so that we have access to it. So I want this to become equal to that. Possible options are, well, I can just reassign active dialog scripts 0 into this. Alternatively, I can extract the array that is already there and I can put the element into it. Either one would work. Reassigning makes the call a little cleaner. It shows me what the element is going to end up as. On the other hand, it involves creating and then throwing away an empty array, which, let's not be confused, throwing away an empty array isn't much of a problem. GameMaker is really good at creating instances like that and cleaning them up when they're no longer needed, so we shouldn't think too much about it. But let's say we use the array push. In fact, there's an even cuter way about it. The creation function, of course, takes the index. So what I could do is I could say if the index is 0, then return this array instead of an empty one. However, this isn't perfectly suitable because we also want to do something to the last array, and well, we have some ways to tell whether we are at the last index or not, but largely it's not clean ones, so let's go with the array push method. For that, we use array push into the start array, push in a new script call. Wait, doesn't array push take multiple values? Yeah. Oh, this is actually really cute. Right? I can tell it, hey, add this script call and also the second one. And it'll put those in order inside the start array. I forgot it does that, because up until now I've only ever used array push with a single argument, or I suppose the array and a single argument, because frankly the languages where I'm from, where I've learned to code, don't allow you to do this, but hey, it's cool that GameMaker does, I suppose. Then, likewise, we need to take the end, which is the last element of active dialog scripts. Hey, do we also have an array first method? Yeah, I'll use that. It is completely identical to calling active dialog scripts with an index of 0. I've not changed anything functionally, keep in mind. It is identical. It's just nice that we have methods both for the first and last. That way the code is a little more uniform, and when we do the same thing, or functionally the same thing, it looks the same. Cohesion is the word of the day on that. Okay. Now, in order to clean up the dialog, it's going to be quite easy. We want to push into the end array two script calls. One, which goes to destroy existing highlighter, and the other, which goes to butterfly photo, hide, then destroy, in order to put herself out of the way. Here we are. And that's that. No matter how long the active dialog currently is, it is going to set it up such that we start the dialog, and once it is finished, we clean up the existing highlighter and butterfly's photo. Of course, what we haven't done yet is we have not yet set up the active dialog, for which we are just very quickly gonna peek at this. Yes, this is it. So this is a little more complicated than just assigning the active dialog to what is inside the array, because what is inside the array, I can very quickly show this off. It is a more structured representation, because you have both a dialog line and you have a speaker, because the dialog goes back and forth between teacher and butterfly, so it would look something like this. Yeah. So we need to transition it from that into the dialog lines that the text bubbles can interpret, such that they can assign to the correct speaker and then play the dialog line. For that, regrettably, because what we have here is we don't just have a single array of dialog lines at this given location. We also have an array of them, for which we've gotta first unpack that array. That's what we do in that function. But because this method expects a translation key, it is unsuited, because it takes a translation key, it unpacks that translation key into a translated string, and assumes that whatever it finds there is already in the proper shape to be made into a dialog line. So we've got two possible options here. We can simply steal this code and map the active dialog like so. Or, my favorite, we can add a little more abstraction. So set active dialog to, well, I've already used a good name, which is 2 dialog lines. Parse dialog lines and set active dialog, which is going to take the struct representation of it. So dialog lines structs, which the way that it is delivered out of the spreadsheet is in the form of an array of structs. But first we need to use the dialog line from method in order to convert those into the dialog line data structures that we expect. So dialog lines structs is an array of structs. And then we might simply steal this code, map it into the structured form, and then set the active dialog to it. And then we can call this from here using the dialog that we have extracted from the translate string here. And the beauty of it is we can now take this extracted method, which just takes the struct representations of the dialog lines, maps them and puts them into the active dialog. And we can employ this down here, where we already manually extracts this in order to save us some code duplication. And this is really cool, because it means we still have only a single place where active dialog is set. It's not possible for there to be multiple places where it is randomly written and changed. We know for a fact if active dialog is changed, it is only from here. It is only through this function. So instead of having to hunt code and we need to do a search for active dialog and have fun combing through 48 results. Instead of having to do that, we can just put a breakpoint here. If we need to debug, we can put a breakpoint here and see what's going wrong. Where are we coming from? Are we calling this function multiple times wrongly? So this should do as well. Now then, that is just setting up the dialog, but that's what the method promises to do. So, quite happy with that. I might end up abstracting this, moving all this code into its own methods, though I don't currently plan to have, well, that's a lie. I do, in fact, plan to have more of these simple dialogues, which just put up a dark highlighter, play out, then clean up. So, well, no time like the present. Set up simple active dialog scripts. Then set up simple active dialog scripts is a function that doesn't need to take any arguments, because when it is called, we assume that the active dialog has already been called. for which, well, if the active dialog is empty, then this is going to cause an error. However, yeah, that's because it's not supposed to be called then. Simple as. But that means we can take our setup training camp dialog method, which is looking beautifully slim now, and we can move it into the weekly trigger. And give it an argument of 0, because this is going to be the first dialog that we want to trigger. Now, small problem. Problem number 1. I've launched this on the demo build, which is suboptimal. We want to go to the release option, such that the game will let us progress past. Secondarily, do I have a save prepared in order to trigger this properly? Do I ever? Because I don't. This one's quite close, but it may be invalid. So, what we're going to do? We are going to slightly modify this trigger to could be week 15. We're going to slightly modify this trigger in order to move it to a week where we do have a save, and at some point I am going to set up an according save. As you see, I've got this late game save right here in week 27, which is not week 28, it is week 26, the way that I count them. Because of how humans work, the first week displayed here is week 1, but as far as the game is concerned, it is week 0. Excellent. So, we've run into our first crash, because I am trying to access a variable that I have not created. As makes sense. Indeed, because this code wants to go inside this function in order to have access to the butterfly photo. There we are. Easy. So, let's see it. That one's less expected. Yeah. I'm still a stupid baka, because actually what I'm doing is I am putting multiple script calls inside of the start array, but that's not the shape that it should have. So what we are looking at, this is a triple nested array that is kind of icky, but we've got the outer dialog scripts array, which corresponds to the number of dialog lines. Then within each, this corresponds to this specific line here, but it has a start and an end. As you see here, we execute no scripts as this line here begins, but as it is ended, we execute all of these scripts. So it needs to be able to hold two different collections of script calls, and those of course need to be collections of script calls because we want to be able to execute more than one script at each of these points. And the way that I currently set it up does not respect that. For that, it's easy as this. We just need to respect how the array is supposed to be shaped. Plus 1 point, by the way, for type checking, because I might have caused very interesting things Probably what would have happened. What would have happened is that I would have tried to use this script call as though it were an array, and GameMaker would have noticed that that's not how that works and stopped me. But type checking immediately, all that told me, hey, yeah, right here, this is supposed to be an array of arrays of script calls, and it isn't. So that let me know as soon as possible that something was wrong. But that's beautiful. Likewise, for this one, we actually need not just this array, but we want to insert an empty array first, because we don't want to execute the script calls as the dialog line begins. We want to execute them as the dialog finishes, for which there is the cleanup step, which is the second array here. So we need to first insert an empty one, such that the dialog knows, hey, don't do anything at first, but afterwards do a thing. And for convenience's sake, the cleanup scripts are optional, which unfortunately means if I want to have cleanup scripts, I need to also have setup scripts. Beautiful. Right, that's going to be our dialog. No. Let us see. Excellent. Butterfly leaves. It cleans up. Everything is excellent. Okay. Well, that's the dialog part of it done. It will now... it will... Yes, Butterfly, thank you. Well, I need to tell it when to play which one, which is, you know, actually quite convenient already that I'm doing it like this instead of making it rely on some kind of formula, because there's no formula to be had here. There's no mathematical rhyme or reason to when the training camps happen. You just need to put it in a list, and if it needs to be in a list, then it may as well look like this. Okay. Set up training camp dialog 1. You know, I say that, but I think the triggered function should actually be something like this: set up training camp, not as the dialog, because we want to also set up a bunch of instances, and setting up instances is not part of the dialog. Is not part of dialog scheduling. Let's see, that's white here. Yeah. So function setup training camp. Getting a tiny bit of doubts. Actually, I think we are going to directly trigger the dialog setup method, though. Well, look, listen. Yeah. We're going to need some way to spawn the stats assigner. And what's supposed to happen is each week, one of three things happens. Each week, either there's an issue of Idle Monthly at the start screen, or there is a training camp stat assigner, and if neither of those exist, the third possibility is that there is an advice scrap, which is it's there to fill space, really. It doesn't do anything meaningful, but it gives you a cute little bit of advice, gives you encouragement. So, that means I would like to keep the creation of those instances within this function here, create start screen elements. Which means we do need to be able to decide when we do which one, which does mean that we need to put it in a list. Alternatively, though this would create a dependency, we can say make it the job of setup training camp to instantiate the stat picker, and if a stat picker exists, if a stat picker exists, or if we've set some value like going to training camp is true, if that is true, then don't do all of this stuff. Which actually isn't the worst idea, because otherwise we would have to put the week numbers into a list of when we want to create our stat picker, and then we inherently have duplication, because that list is going to list out when to create the stat picker, but the way the weekly trigger system works, I kind of have to also write it in there, which means we have two lists that are supposed to be the same, but are they though? Yeah? Are they though? So, I think, as much as it feels dirty using a Boolean flag for this, this is kind of a great solution. Specifically, I could go and look if, like, I could say if training camp stats picker is not no one, if it has been instantiated, then that means we don't want to do anything else. But at the same time, that does mean that means that we are specifically looking at that, and well, there's a million ways that would go wrong. So I like the abstract check. Just, are we going to a training camp? If we are, then keep track of it. And the reason being is that that function, setup training camp, is going to be triggered during the weekly events, which is up here. And that is before the start screen elements are set up. So our going to training camp boolean is going to be accurately set. So, is false to begin with, and we can also set up just a Ah, we don't have a default for idle monthly. That's interesting. That is interesting. Oh well. I suppose is really the response to that. So, training camp stats picker is no one who start with, just so that this field exists and we can see it in the create event. Not that GameMaker is going to give me, any help with that, but it's nice having all your fields listed out, even if they are only assigned later. So, back to our great set up training camp method. Is something. Yes. Yes, we are going to need to set up an object training camp stats picker. But I want to finish one thing before going to the next. So we now have our setup training camp method, which is going to take care of all the things, and we're going to call this within week 19. It's also going to be in, and I'm gonna copy paste from now on, within week 25. Yes, 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 yes. It's going to be in week 30. Within week 35 and within week 39. It occurs to me, it does speed up a little bit, but well, good. Because that is precisely when the deadline is approaching, so it makes sense that you are training more intensely. Right. Fix these indices for 5. There we are. Now all that we have to do is we have to create that stats picker, which actually isn't going to be impossible. We need to make a cute image for it. But well, we need to make a cute image for it. We need to make stats that you can pick, which could take the form of clickable buttons. But hey, that's not how this game controls. This isn't the game of buttons. This is the game of you have a thing and you drag the thing into the slot. So I shall deign to make it exactly that. Okay. Consequently, starting at the start, set up training camp. Yes. If we are calling this function here, then of course we also need to set up training camp dialog with the index that we are receiving. The index is a number. There we are. So this sets up the dialogue in order to play once the fade-in has finished. And we are going to need to create ourselves some object. Object, training camp, stats, picker. What is this going to do? This is going to have 2 slots for stat selectors. It is itself going to spawn 4 draggable stats, which you can drag into those slots. I have a pretty good idea of how I want those to look already. Yes. Then we also want this stats picker to be able to tell us, well, are its slots filled? Because remember, picking stats is mandatory. You have to pick your stats before you're allowed to enter We Can Move On. So it needs to be able to tell us this. Is it filled or is it not? And weird. It needs to be able to tell us this. It also needs to be able to tell us which stats are selected. So, for this, we are going to, first things first, we're going to add user event 0. I really wished source control didn't keep popping up all the time, no matter how often I close it, no matter how often I minimize the window it's in. It's gonna keep popping up like a Pokemon. Anyway, so we're gonna make a user event 0 and perform it. This is just my convention because I didn't want all the function creation to be inside the create event. So I decided to move this into user event 0, and every time, always, that we set up functions, it is in this event, and nothing happens except setting up functions. So, functions. Function is complete. Function get selected stats. There's gonna be another one that it wants. It is going to want function create selectable, no, create stat scrap in order to instantiate the little scraps that go around it. For which we can already tell this is going to want training camp stat scrap. We're going to want an object like this. Okay. Right. Well, what else do we want it to do? Nothing much. It is going to have slots, which means we do actually want it to do something more. We want it to be able to ready slots, and we want it to be able to unready its slots. These are functions that are called by the room handler, meaning we need to extend the room handler in order to actually do so. We need to extend the room handler to tell it when a stat scrap has been picked up, such that it's then can ready or unready on drop its slots, which is, let's just have a peek at this. Where's the first thing that we can pick up? It is regrettably inside the game. Right, the behavior that I'm talking about, it is right here. When you pick up a band name scrap, all of the slots turn orange in order to highlight where you can put it. Same with up here, when you pick up a photo, this readies. So we need to be able to do that. Further, just like these callbacks, on content inserted needs to be a function, and this needs to take the slot and the content, and on content removed, these are callback methods that the slot expects to be there. And how do I remember in perfect detail that all of that exists? I don't know, I'm just good, I guess. Anyway, so that is a blueprint that we can work on. And I don't hate this method of creating an object. First, we have a saying, first you solve the problem, then you write the code. So first think about what you want the object to even do, and you can set up method stubs like this, so that once you know what you want it to do, you know what it needs for that. You know what kind of data it needs. In this case, this is going to be pretty self-contained. But it is the top of the hour, which means nature is calling to me. So I am going to take my second mid-stream break for the morning, stretch my legs, use the restroom. You guys feel free to do the same. Don't go too far. Gonna run a few ads to make the pre-rolls go away. And once we return, we can implement this thing, which shouldn't be too difficult, honestly, because it doesn't need to be terribly networked. Extending the room handler to properly use it, that'll be a bit more interesting. But we can burn that bridge when we get to it. For now, it is break time. See you in a moment. Okay, let us continue. We are right here. So, we have sketched out how we want the stats picker to behave. Now, really, all that we need is for it to actually do that. For that, it's going to be a little bit difficult to make it behave without... Yeah. It's going to be a little bit difficult to make it behave without a sprite. Because I'm going to have to apply polish and make translation keys for this anyway, because did I think that far? No. Didn't think that far ahead. But we're going to need some kind of sprite where we can put these slots, and for that, I think what we are going to do first thing, we are going to make the pickable stats, which is then going to inform how we want our slots to look. And for that, this exists here somewhere, if I recall where. I think it is on the table, minigames? Yes, this is it. So, I wanted to use these markers, but admittedly they are perhaps not the most intuitive thing. I mean, looking at these, isn't it obvious which is voice, which is image, which is persona, and which is heart? I mean, the heart one's pretty obvious, I would think. But beyond that, no, maybe it isn't. So, I want to upcycle these images, like these icons, but I also want to write down, hey, this one's heart, this one's persona, image, and voice. For that, how much space do you reckon we'll need? Don't know. No. Let's find out together. I would want the icon to be either on top or below. Well, we can make it less thick. We can make it less thick if we put them side by side. Yeah? We can make it pretty wide, just like the band name scraps currently. And either have the icon at the end or at the front, or possibly even both. That would be one thing. However, on the start screen we have an awful amount of space. Ugh. On the start screen we have an awful amount of space, which is more horizontal than vertical on account of the way that it is. On account of how it is, the game is more horizontal than it is vertical. Therefore, oh jeez, excited music. Which means, if we want to make an element here, it would prefer to be rather wide compared to tall. Which means the things that go into that element would probably prefer to be wide rather than tall. However, I'm feeling a little struck by inspiration. Feeling a little struck. So, what if I do the exact opposite of what I've just said? And I. What if I make it big? So it's gonna be roughly this aspect ratio, which is gonna be 4 times as large, if not more. We're gonna have the icon up top, probably, so that they aren't that massively wide. We can put both of them side by side on the stats picker. The cute thing about that would then be that we could still maintain this pill shape, which would be reminiscent of the way that these icons are currently used. These are currently used on the minigame deciders, the minigame pickers, where you put in your band name. And it doesn't really matter whether or not you grasp that, but those icons actually display which stats will be raised by that minigame. They serve a purpose. So, if I can make the thing that has a label on it evoke the look of the thing that doesn't have a label on it, then ideally some amount of players are going to make an association between the two, and they're going to see it and think, wait, I've seen this thing before. Wait, this is the stats that has a label on it. Oh, so that means that this means hard. So the minigames that have this raise hard. Ah. Association by similarity. Or something like that. So, for that, step 1 of what we are going to do is we are going to not scale this image. I'm sorry, we are going to increase the canvas size to, I don't know, start it off twice as big in every direction. That's probably not big enough, but, you know, we can work on it. And actually, what? Ew, I see. But reset the origin. When I resize this, I actually want it to be in the middle, just so that the icon is already dead centered. Just because I am too lazy to figure out where the middle is for myself. Having now doubled it in size, this does of course mean that there is no perfect middle, yeah? That might be upsetting, right? If you look, no matter where we put the heart, it is going to be off center. So I think we want this to be not 22, but we want it to be like 31 pixels wide, such that there is a perfect center. And hey, game maker, I'm here to tell you, 711 is not the middle of a 15 by... That's not the middle of a 30 by 22 image. What in the world is game maker doing? Right. So, with this now, we have wonky image dimensions, to be sure. but it does mean that we have a dead middle pixel. Oops. I wanted to use the selection tool, GameMaker decided otherwise. Yeah, we now have a dead middle where there are 15 pixels on this side of it and 15 pixels on the A side of it. Righto. And all of this just to deal with this icky heart not being symmetrical, instead having a single pixel column in its middle. Anyway, what we need to do now is we need to expand the backdrop. And really I might as well just redraw that to start with, because we're not reusing much of this, really. Loop. With this element now being larger, I would like to use a slightly smoother corner style, such as seen here. Yes, which is actually, that's the medium corner, isn't it? If we go to Idle Monthly, yeah, Idle Monthly has the large corner, which is even smoother. The minigame assigner has the medium corner, which is literally just taking the straight corner but sinking it in by one row and one column. This up here. Well, I don't know, try both, see what works. This would be like so. I don't love it. That's kind of just a pointier corner. This works with a border color, because of course on the minigame assigner the content and the border are distinct colors. But in this case we have but a single color, so that does... we also need to take off this peak here. And then it needs to go like so. Not sure how much I love that. But I think this is way too small anyway. So we're just gonna make it like so. Then we're going to try to put a label on it. And see... does that look okay? So, instead of bothering to make this for all of the stats right away, we're gonna take this and we're gonna put it in the game. See how well does it look. Does it have space to put the word heart on it? I'm sure I could test this, because after all I could just go, okay, now we take the text tool, well, on the full sized version, take the text tool using the same font size, and yeah, that would be really cool. That would be a quicker way to test it, but I don't wanna. This is going to be training amp that... what did I call it? I gave it a specific name. The neighbor is very rudely drilling upstairs. Fortunately, due to my advanced technology, it shouldn't be coming through the microphone. So all is well. Stat scrap, that's what I called it. So training camp stat underscore scrap, and also pull along this one to the new name. So training camp stat scrap small. Here we are. Okay. You know, I can't help but feel that this is somehow off-center. But I think that's just going to be a problem for the code side, because this is 4, 8, 11 to the side of the heart here, and 4, 8, 11 to the side here. Yes, this is perfectly centered. Right. I'm just insane. Okay. Take this, upscale it to a factor of 6, which is 132 pixels high and this many pixels wide. And see, well, what can we make happen with that? For that, we already have our training camp stat scrap, which this is going to be trivially simple. This is, what does it need to do? It needs to be able to be told what stat it is representing. I am going to implement this through the means of a single sprite having multiple images within. So it needs to distinguish and set its own image accordingly. It needs to make a label that it also needs to retrieve. That translated string might already exist, but it's not important. For now, I'll just hard code it to see how it looks. Most of its behavior it's going to get from. I'm sorry, this is the sprite. So sprite, training, camp, that scrap. Why not? Just use this one. We'll probably want it to be a little wider, but yeah. First test, then refine. As for the object's parent, it is going to get most of its behavior from object powered draggable, which does not itself. No, powered draggable does also define a create event, so we need to inherit it. GameMaker thinks that there is a parent event to this. GameMaker is wrong. I don't know how you mess up something so simple, but well, we use GameMaker because it is a good engine, not because it is a good coding tool, is the summary of my feelings on that. Yeah, pretty much. Nothing else needs to be said. So, most of its behavior it is going to receive from power draggable. As you see, there's quite a lot of code here that it is given from the draggable parent. All that it needs really is it needs to make a label, and it needs to draw that label as part of its draw event. So you draw yourself label builder.build. Simple as. As for the label builder, this is going to be a new text builder which could not be simpler. Set font to, well, there's the choice number 1. I think we are going to use the handwriting font, gigantic though it is, and it's going to be pretty large too, because it is going to be only a single word. So set the X is fine. I want it to be centered, so set horizontal alignment to be centered. No, font alignment middle. It does make a difference, actually. Whether you give it FA center or FA middle, the same thing happens. Because as it so happens, both FA middle and FA center internally in the code are represented by the number 1. So they can be used interchangeably, because that's how enums work in GameMaker. I find this endlessly amusing, so I will never stop pointing it out. Right, the vertical alignment doesn't matter much. I am going to set it to be center as well, to make it a little bit easier to position, to, depending on the word that is drawn, make sure it is still centered on the same point. However, since I also need to set its Y coordinate, and this needs to be, we can give ourselves an educated guess here. So, the dead center of the sprite is right here. From here we have 11 pixels to go down. So the text builder is going to take its offset from right here. Meaning we probably want it to go like 5 pixels straight down. I can already tell that there's not going to be enough space. Okay, but is there anything else that I might want to set? Well, the text, for one. Also, I want its scale to be increased. So, set text, as I promised. For testing, just hard set it. Because sure, eventually, it is going to need to dynamically grab this text. It's going to need to grab it out of the translation case. But you know what it doesn't need for that? It doesn't need to do that yet. For now, all that we need to make sure is that we can draw the word persona in there and it looks okay. That's all that we need right now. So test it with as much as it needs, then build the remaining code on top of the code that works. Right, that is all that we need out of this builder. Next, yeah, we define the builder, we tell it to draw in each of our draw events, and that's kinda that. That is just that. Okay? Okay. So, out of here, well, we've associated a sprite with it, which means this currently spriteless training camp stat assigner, it can already start creating these. So this is going to return create instance relative with x put a Y offset. Then comes the class. So this is going to be a stats grab. No, first it is the depth, for which we actually do want to hard set this. Global depths dot variables. I mean, it doesn't matter much. The reason that it doesn't matter much here is that as soon as you pick one of them up, the room handler is going to reorder them. Which means maybe we don't even want to set the depth directly, but just let the room handler take care of it. Yeah. Yeah, that would make sense. We do want to pass this a stat, which is, I think, going to be a string. There is data storage in multiple places. For instance, there are already translation keys that correspond to the names of each stat. But stat is going to be a string type, and we want this for sure to be communicated to the scrap that we are creating. Stat is stat. Okay. Now, global.idle stat names. This is our 4 stat names. So we are going to do something very common. Just loop over this array. And for each of them, create a stat scrap with that stat name. Hey. And you there. You know, I was wondering when one of those would show up. Seems to be there's one every stream. Anyway, not important, not worth thinking about. So, currently, we are fire and forgetting these, which, yeah, honestly, I think that's fine. Because I can't think of a... Actually, that's a lie. I can't think of a good reason why we would want to maintain a reference to the stats graphs that we have created. After all, if they are relevant, then they are going to basically come back to us. Yeah. If they are relevant, then they are going to announce themselves with on content inserted or removed. We don't need to track them. Yeah. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff that we could make here, but me thinks that is going to do well enough for the most basic test. Which means we need to go to the table room handler. And we need to actually instantiate this thing. Now, there are possible approaches to this. 2 possible approaches that are both in use for the in hit idle. there is the possible approach that if there's something that you don't want to create at the current time, then you don't create it. That's simple enough. Which is like so. The target's display either is instantiated if it should be, in which case the goals list isn't. Also, what am I doing? What is else? What is that? Yeah. Early return saves us an else. Okay. Right. So that is a possible solution. Another is, did I call it? Yes, deactivate, in which we always set up our instance, but if it is not relevant, then we want to deactivate it. Which may seem silly, but it does have one quite large advantage, which is that the instance is still there. It is still there, and we can reference it, we can call methods on it safely. Even if it may or may not exist. For which, well, this is kind of a special case with the concert viewer, because it has to listen. If you pick up a band name slip or a photo, then the concert viewer may want to respond. Which makes it convenient if the concert viewer always exists, meaning you can call methods, it just isn't going to do anything in response to that. Actually, I think it even does do stuff in response. It's just that it's always off camera when it is possible to do so. Right. Alternative. Alternative is, as I said, don't create a thing, in which case we need to check, hey, is this thing even instantiated or is it not? The problem being, if we go with the deactivate method, not only do we, well, we need to make sure that it is safe, yeah? We need to make sure that if the stats picker is deactivated, that it does not count towards needing to fill it to finish the room. After all, that is going to be its ultimate purpose, that if it is present in the room, then it expects you to put in 2 stats, and until you do so, you can't leave the table. You can't finish the week. Need to clean this bottle. Need to switch bottles, really. So, for that, that would mean that we'd have a distinction. Anyway, hey, Mr. D-Boy, how's life? I would say it's a wonderful day, and it is, but I'm kind of having a bit of a headache. Might be a sneaky little bit of migraine. The fun part, that doesn't really hurt. It just makes everything around your body hurt, and it makes it just that tiny bit harder to concentrate, don't it? But welcome to the club, we say. Indeed, if the club is people who have published on Steam, well, published the demo, you know, as we talked about, I pressed the button. You can look at it now. And you can download the demo and you're gonna put it on your wish list and buy it, right? So yeah, so that's live now, because, I don't know, the demo is done. Why wait, really? So that's gonna be great. That means we're all set for the next fest. But that also means, since I've finished the demo parts of it, I'm now working on the future parts of it. The future progress. And I'm just waddling about. So I think if it is not a week in which you have to pick stats for the training camp, then we don't instantiate the training camp stats picker at all. We leave it as no one, which means before calling a method on it, we need to check whether it exists. But otherwise, though we could use instance deactivate on it, make sure you make a showcase video of 30 seconds to a minute. Yeah. I'm kind of dreading that part, you know, like, I can do images, but like, how do I even showcase this game? I guess just a little bit of footage from each minigame? Like, basically showing what's already on the screenshots? In about this game, the features were small, 5 to 10 sec each. Okay, that's already a blueprint. Then, like, have a little clip of forming a band. Wow! That could be a clip. Maybe something from here, though. No, I'm not feeling that. But obviously then we go to each minigame, we cut in a little bit of gameplay from that. I mean, heck, for Songcraft, I can set up a little song ahead of time and then I go like... da, 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 da. And like, what's on video is I'm putting in the final note, then I click the play button. Something like that, right? That would be cool. That would certainly be cool. And yeah, stuff like that, I'll figure it out. The bigger thing is, I don't have video editing software anymore, man. What, am I gonna make this with Windows Movie Maker, or am I going to spend 2 seconds looking for an open source free video editor in order to find something that perfectly suits my needs? That sounds like effort. It feels weird saying in my youth, because I will definitely argue that I am still in my youth. Caden Life. See? Complaining has solved the issue. Oh, this looks a little complicated. Though, you know, this isn't my first foray into videos. I've done this before, because basically, if you can name it, Toraka has done it. Quite literally, I have done a lot of things on the creative front. But I'll give that a bookmark, and then I'm going to look at that later. And I should do that well, before the next fest for sure. Yeah. I'll need to anyway for the full release. But what we're doing for right now is this isn't happening yet. Start the video with your best part of the game, end it with the same part so it loops all around. Ooh! That's an idea. Question is, what is the best part of the game? It's probably Songcraft, to be honest. Songcraft was the first minigame that I started, and it certainly, well, it got a lot of polish. And, well, it is the most obvious thing, isn't it? So, yeah. Yeah, we can figure something out. But as for right now, I am going to take a look at the Doom clock. The Doom clock is fine. Everything's okay. Hammering upstairs is happening. You're so rude. What we are doing right now. So, if we are going to only instantiate our minigame, sorry, our training camp stats picker when we reference it, that means that we need to check if it is instantiated. Someone clicks the game, first thing that shows is the video in place, so it catches their eyes. Yeah, I know how it works. I just don't want to do it. You know. I also think it is kind of rude. What I mean by rude is we've kind of moved past auto-playing video. Steam is the only place that I could even name off the top of my head where we still do it. And that means that the video autoplays and then there's a bunch of sound and bleh. Though I can at least be nice and not make it ear-blastingly loud. By the way, that reminds me, how's the audio? I have someone who insists that my stream is super quiet, but I don't believe them, because what I'm seeing in OBS is that, okay, maybe my stream is rather on the quiet side, yes, but it is perfectly well. Right? You want to aim for just about the yellow area, and that's where I am. I'm filling out the green. Should be between -15 to -12. Oh, you're so smart. So that's about where I peak, so it is a bit quiet. And of course, the way that decibels work, if I am a little quiet on this scale, then that of course means that I am half as loud as I should be. Can I quickly fix that? No, not really. Well, I can turn the style to be slightly louder. How about this? Well, I am somewhat concerned about clipping, but I think I also just need to speak clearly. I need to speak into the microphone. Maybe let's try that. No, that is worse. For that purpose, the microphone is also rather close to me, and I just need to speak into it, which means it is over here. It's not directly in front of me. Maybe it should be, but then it would be in front of the keyboard and, you know, everything would be awkward. Anyway, let's not concern ourselves too much with that. It's funny, I'm using the HyperX, yeah? That microphone that is being chroma keyed out. You know the one. It doesn't have cat ears on it though. So it's got a scale, but you can go beyond that scale. You can quite literally turn it up to 11. Which I think you're supposed to stay roughly within the scale, but you don't have to. You can go over. But I guess secondary question, while I've got you here, how about the background music? All the sound is turned down by 12 decibels, as makes sense. You know, it is supposed to be in the background. But it's sitting around -45 to -40, which is kind of quiet. I don't know. I'm a bit awkward, so I refuse to listen to my own audio. I guess what I could do is I could be quiet and then check the music volume on stream. But I'm not gonna. I'm instead going to collect viewer feedback. So, but stay focused. Can begin training. Yeah, bouncing act. Exactly. This is a pretty excited track, some of the calmer ones. Like this one, yeah? This one is super chill. I have to turn it up just so that it even tickles the scale. So yeah, right. Let's make code. Let's make some code happen. Let's try. I can turn it up a little bit, turn it to like -10 decibels. That's, I think, gonna be a good point. So, in order for this code to remain decently legible, we have our can begin training method, which abstracts can you finish the day. Also, by the way, hey, you want to know something cursed? You want to know something cursed? I've turned on whitespace visualization, which is these dashes and dots. The dashes are tabs, the dots are spaces. At some point, GameMaker switched from tabs to spaces, so now there's a wild mixture of them. And I refuse to fix it, if I even could. GameMaker business is sorcery, you barely get Godot. Hey, Godot is basically Python. I'm pretty sure there's literally Python inside, which, with peace and love, there's a reason why I, as a Java developer, have chosen GameMaker, which is at least only like Python. I've heard someone describe it as a mixture between Python and Java. Python has its purpose. And it achieves its purpose. It's not meant to be a super elaborate language. Oh, you can use anything. Oh, it has built-in C# and C++. Oh, that's interesting. I see. Well, I've invested so far into GameMaker, and it's treating me well enough, I think. So, function has picked training camp stats. Yeah, if you want to be super optimized, you do it in C++, but then you're working in C++. You see the issue there? Well, the funny thing is, GameMaker isn't far from that. GML is abstracted, but it transpiles. The game that GameMaker outputs is written in C++ code. Or at least it compiles into, like if you'd written it in C++. Which is why GameMaker is so dang fast. it is a really good engine because it takes its weird, obtuse, esoteric language being a language that is proprietary to GameMaker itself. Does Godot do the same? I don't know. Maybe. That would mean that it would have to limit you to only things that C++ can do in the ways that it can do them. So, I don't know. So, the point is, GameMaker exists within the C++ ecosystem. It's what it compiles down to, which is why GameMaker does some of the weird things that it does. Like manual memory management that you need to manually clean up, because it's not like we have a garbage collector which could detect that a surface is no longer being used and then clean up that surface. I've done that rant before. So, return. Training camp stats picker is not no one. Hey, working orders. Hey, thanks for hanging out, my guy. Background music is a little quiet, so I'll turn it up a teensy tiny bit. Like so. Obviously, it's also a balancing act between, like, I can turn it up in VLC, and I can turn it up in OBS, so I think I'm actually gonna leave it quieter in OBS and gonna slightly turn it up in VLC, which means it's going to be louder for me, right? It is literally twice as loud for me as it is for you. But maybe that's also a good thing, because as you may know, your voice adjusts to the volume of what's around you. So if you're listening to loud music, you are speaking louder, even if nobody else can hear it. It's not conscious. Anyway, I sound perfectly legible. That sounds like an insult, even though I get what you mean. And yes, tabs and spaces makes this very cursed. I think it happened when I changed to the new code editor here, which is very handy. It's just very in beta. So, but we need to make progress. I'm letting myself distract myself. So, if the stats picker is not no one, then that means that the method call is saved. So we want to ask, hey, is complete. There. And then we use this method instead of having this, right? I could put all of this in here, but instead of that, we're just taking the method as an abstraction, as picked training camp, well, we'll call it has picked stats equal to that. And we could put this into another big and that would certainly work. Though there is another technique that at this point is sorry, hiccups. It is sounding rather appealing at this point, which is we can use an early return if we know that we don't want to look at anything else. So what we are going to do for that is we are going to move our has picked training camp stats up, and if not has picked stats, we return false. And likewise, if the summary display says that there is still an idle to be recruited, I just had to think real fast on what that is. If we can't return, if we can't begin training because there's an idol to be recruited, we want to return false. And then I'm ordering these intentionally, like so. Not that it really matters, but these are the most expensive method calls. So I want to do these last, and I want to not do them if I can avoid it. So now we are not spending time evaluating conditions that aren't going to matter, because all of these need to be true in order for this method to return true. So as soon as one of them is false, we can tell we're not going to return true, we can already return false. Likewise, we can say if active bands is 0, return false. Which is this, it needs to be greater than or equal to 1. So, now we have unwound our gigantic AND chain. We are, though it doesn't matter, because this method is only called on demand. So this is once every few seconds. Performance doesn't matter here. I'm just thinking, you know, in my world where we have thousands of data points that each accumulate thousands of references, there, if you mess up with your performance, people are going to notice. And even for a long-running job, which like runs overnight and they just need the results once per year, it's acceptable if it takes 8 hours, but if you can then go to the customer and say, hey, by the way, it now runs in half an hour because we're awesome, they'll certainly appreciate that. So it's worth thinking about performance, but it's also worth remembering when is it worth it and when isn't it. So I haven't done this in order to improve performance, I have done this in order to improve legibility, is the point. I think I'm going to inline this variable. So instead of first assigning this to a separate variable, I'm just going to say if you haven't picked your training camp stats, return false. Yeah. That is much easier to deal with. It's less codes altogether, and you can kind of mentally dismiss it, for which inlining the variable also helps, because we know whether we have picked training camp stats or not is no longer relevant after this. Instead of having the variable and having to think, okay, is this gonna pop up? Like, is this gonna be down here? No, you know that it's relevant in this if, and now, poof, it disappears from your mind. So you don't need it anymore. You don't need to think about it. It's not relevant to your understanding of the function, which is good. Okay, so that is checking the training camp stats. From here, oh no, the doom clock is ticking down. No, right. From here, we are going to have to actually instantiate this object at the correct times, and also tell it to ready its slots or not at the proper times. But we are going to do that in a few minutes, as I am also not immune to the curse of drinking too much water. I need to go undrink me some water. Gonna stand up, stretch my legs, have a little snack, The headache is, I think, thankfully starting to pass, which is great. So, you guys, feel free to do the same. Feel free to just make your headaches go away, lol. Gonna be back in a few minutes when we can... it's not going to be finished by any token, but we can start properly implementing the stats picker. So that'll be a great time. See you in a bit. Don't go too far. Gonna run some ads, make the pre-rolls go away. We know how it works. Bye. See you in a sec. Okay, let us continue. Which means we turn this thing down. And OBS has stopped capturing GameMaker. There we are. Right. I feel a good bit better. So, let us do this thing. So, thanks to our can begin training methods, the begin training button is now accurately going to reflect when you must or must not fill it. For this, our what's it? Our training camp stats picker. Oh no, have I poisoned my search? One sec. Yeah. Oopsie poopsie. I accidentally looked for an object that I wasn't supposed to, and it's poisonous, and it poisoned my search and caused the GameMaker crash. I sure hope that they fix this in the newest release, because it's annoying. It's not really anything more than annoying. So this is a hard crash. This is a task manager kind of crash. So that's fun. But, you know, I'm upbeat about this because if you save regularly, it doesn't actually make you lose any work. It's just annoying that it makes the game crash. Also, of course, it permanently corrupts your projects when it happens, like when the setup bug happens, it permanently corrupts your project structure. So if you're not like me and figure out how to fix it, because the project structure is just a text file, really. If you don't figure that out, then that's your project. Goodbye. Which is maybe a bit of a dangerous bug to just leave in the program for 3 months at a time. Hey, here we are. Here we are. Let's make sure. Go back to the table room handler. Make sure that our latest changes were in fact applied. Yes. Good. That's one of the things that I'm looking forward to in a new project, presumably. I've got a pretty decent idea of what it is that causes this bug. I swear it is if you have something open in the new code editor and you delete multiple sprites or multiple of anything at the same time. Which is avoidable, but it is at the same time common enough that if you don't know about the bug, then it's gotta be icky. So, but anyway, this is genuinely my least favorite GameMaker bug, because again, it breaks your projects. Why was this not fixed in an intermediate release as soon as it was discovered? Surely I'm not the only person to have this project. Maybe I am. Maybe it is something very specific to me that I've done. Maybe it is related to old projects switching to the new code editor, or I don't know. So that's why it is my least favorite. But what we need to do is we need to set up a slots array, and there are many ways to roam here. What we could do is our isComplete method could now go return array map slots with a function which takes element and index in that order. I have memorized this because it's important and GameMaker doesn't help you. You know, you could say when you have functions that take function arguments like this, GameMaker should autocomplete the function body so that you know which arguments it takes. Anyway, it doesn't, is the answer. It doesn't, so stop complaining. So we could, this is going to be each of our slots, so wait, this is array map. What I would want is array reduce, and then I would want to check each slot, is it filled? And I would want to logical AND that together with the one from the other slot. Or what we are going to do instead is the slightly more easy to understand method, which is going to go over each slot. If slots I is empty, return false. Otherwise, if no slot is empty, then every slot is filled, so we return true. Sometimes just going through a for loop is both simpler and just a better solution, because you've probably heard me say it before, and I'll say it gladly many times over. The best solution is the one that is legible and maintainable. Everything else is secondary. If you can understand how it works, what it does, what it's supposed to do, then you can fix it if it's wrong, you can fix it if it breaks, you can improve its performance because you can understand how it works. If you make it highly performant, for instance, at the expense of legibility, then, well, it may or may not be highly performant, it may or may not be quick. Your optimizations might have the opposite of their intended effect. You don't know. Have you tested it? Have you seen it in the live products? Have you actually played through the game with your change? No, you haven't. And then you've got a mess of code that you don't understand, that anybody else certainly isn't going to understand when they pick it up. So they basically have to toss it and remake it. Legibility is the single metric that matters. So, we want to be able to get our selected stats. And for this might be my previous spiel, this we are going to get out of the scraps that are inside of our slots. So for this, we're gonna say throw if property not defined, in order to define this basically as a parameter. Hey, I left my email program on. Hey, Sviatic60, thanks for the follow. Glad you're enjoying the show. Even if it is a little lower energy today, but hey, we're making a cute, cozy game. That just fits, doesn't it? So, we are defining a parameter which is stat. And this stats parameter is going to be I need to reference the variable here. This is going to be a string. I'm not 1000% yet how this is going to work, like how am I going to dereference from the stat that we are given into the stat name. I'm not sure, but that's something that we can look at and figure out later. For now, just assume it works by magic. So we are given a stat, and we store this thanks to the magic of GameMaker. This is actually kind of cool, I have to admit. to the magic of GameMaker being able to give it a struct which contains the properties that the object should have. This is first the object is created, but then before its create event runs, it is given this stat value in a variable called stat. So this is already defined by the time that we start here. This is there are ways to do this wrong, but most certainly this is cool because it is GameMaker's version of the constructor, as you may be used to from other places. And I'm gonna go off on a tangent here. You can also make explicit constructors-ish. How this all started, the very first data structure that I created for this game, it was this one. It was called idle, which stores all the it stores all of the data that a photo needs in order to create itself. It also stores a little bit more data. So the photo of an idol also contains all of its data that we can get out. And the way that GameMaker works is called calm, chill yourself music. Right? This photo here, this both has the idle data and all of its fields. Because if we look at how object photo is initialized, can I? Yes, it is given the idle data, which means instead of actually, sorry, I was gonna make a whole thing where the photo has all of the fields that idle does, but that used to be true. It no longer is. Instead, it now has a field that contains the idle. Oops. But the idea is that, right? You can make an explicit constructor for an object by making a struct, a constructor specifically. So then you can say new idle with all of this data and use that as a package. You use that as a package to pass all of these fields with all of these names into the object that you want to create. Don't worry about this field. That one doesn't matter. So currently I don't do that anymore, but what you could do is you could directly take the idle data, pass it to object photo, and then object photo would have a field sprite, internal name, name, art, image, voice, persona, and all that. Right. Anyway, tangent. What we are doing is we are grabbing a stat which is saved, and we want to add a method in order to get the stat back out. We would be well capable of just reading the stat as it is, like using scrap.stat, but I really don't like doing that because of many reasons, the biggest one being when you have this doesn't need to be complicated. This is just a function that returns what the value of stat is. That's all that it needs to be. But by doing this, we now have the context that this is a reading access. So instead of just having written instead of just writing scrap.stat, so this would be, I don't know, something like this, yeah. Return scrap.stat second scrap.stat. This doesn't really give us this context, and if we want to change it, if we want to make it something slightly fancier, we have to now go through, we have to do a big search and find all usages of .stat, and most of these are not at all related. But because you don't have the context of the method where you want it to invoke together, you need to go through all of them. So, but what do we want? We want to this method would be invoked precisely as we exit the room, at which point we know if we even execute that method, then both slots are filled, because it requires that isComplete returns true. However, we can even do something fancier. So step one is we are going to now use array map, which again, it takes element then index, in order to first grab the scraps out of these slots. And I'm now realizing that's cool and all, but we always have two slots, but they might not both be filled. So just to deal with that possibility, even though at this moment these slots are always both going to be filled, I don't want to have to deal with undefined. So what we're going to do instead is we're going to go scraps is an empty array. For each slot, extract this into a temporary variable. It's great. If a slot is not empty, then grab its content and push it in there. So push into scraps, slot get content. That means that after this loop, we're going to have between 0 and 2 scraps that are contained in our slots. Okay, then from here we can then use our beautiful array map methods after all. So array map with scraps, I'm using it this time, I swear, no backsies. This time, this is going to now take our scrap, and we may remember that we have just created a method getStat. Well, for that, we can now call this on the element that is the individual scrap and getStat. This doesn't need to be called underscore element, by the way. I just like to stick by the way that it is written in the manual. Okay, that's good. Now, this is always going to evaluate. There are other approaches. We could keep track of which stats we have selected as we go. So we could go on content inserted. We want to grab the stat out of the scrap that was just inserted and put it into this array, and when content is removed we want to remove it. That's an option, but I don't love it because you'd have to go looking in the array for where that value is and then remove it, because it may be the first or the second entry, and you may remove either scrap at either time, at any time even. So that would be advantageous if this getSelectedStats method is called repeatedly. And it's always going to give us the same consistent result, obviously, depending on which scraps are in there. So, of course, in this case, it literally doesn't matter, because doing something for 2 elements, it's not worth thinking about. If you have 1,000 elements, then caching the result makes sense. The idea is, you need to think, does your result change more often than it is read? Or is it read more often than it is changed? If it changes more often than it is read, as in this case, it is going to change at least twice when you insert stats, and it is going to be read precisely once, then it makes more sense not to keep the result in cache, and instead to, when it is read, calculate it like so. But otherwise, if we put 2 scraps in and then we read 1,000 times which stats are selected, then it would make more sense to have a selected stats array and return it with its values already properly set. It's a game of trade-offs. It's a game of picking what you want to be good at. There are also you can also do double track drifting. You can be good at both at the cost of time and memory, especially memory. So that's our third factor that we can optimize for. This solution uses very little memory, which is good. Anyway, so what I need to do is I need to give this a random offset. So the stats picker is going to be roughly in the middle of the screen, and I want these stats to be scattered about it, but not that far. So let's say y offset is a so it is somewhere between minus the screen height by 6 and positive screen height by 3. If it sounds like if it sounds like I'm making up random values here, that's because I am. Doesn't matter, just do something. Do something and you can then check it later. You can always fix it. But first you need to see, is this good? Do you want there to be more offset? Do you want it to be less? Yeah. So this is going to be minus the screen width by, I'm going to say, a quarter, right? Because the stats picker wants to be, again, roughly in the middle of the screen, maybe slightly below the middle. So we want the stats to be scattered about, because this entire game's thing is that your desk is a huge mess. So scattering the stats randomly about only makes sense. So now this has one tiny issue, which is going to bother precisely me, which is this gives us a true random range, which might not seem like much, but this means that we can end up at a sub-pixel alignment, and that is simply unacceptable. So let me see. I might have already done this. No, not here at least. I might have made a script which is going to align our pixels to the pixel grid, but I don't think we did. So no, okay, it's fine. We can do this manually. How this works is we just need to make X offset and Y offset be multiples of 6. How do we do that? Well, X offset is X offset. Sorry, it is X offset. Yes. Here it is. So we subtract how many pixels it is over 6. So this is an extremely dense line of code. I'll explain. First, we use the modulus operator, which tells us is X offset a multiple of 6? If it isn't, how many pixels is it over? Like, if it is 39, then that is 36. So 6 times 6 plus 3. So it gives us the remainder of dividing by 6, which we want to take off such that X offset is equal to a multiple of 6. Yeah? So if it is 39 or 38, 7 or 41, we want X offset to be 36. So we subtract the modulus to 6. And likewise, we do the same here in order to align both of these offsets to our pixel grid, which is a teensy tiny bit of polish, but here we are. Here we are, teensy tiny bits of polish that nobody notices, and certainly nobody would miss if I didn't do them. That's my studio logo. Not my logo, my motto. Right, so this is now going to scatter those about, so it's already going to instantiate those. Excellent. Which means all that we need to do, we need to go to the table room handler and make sure that the training camp stats picker is instantiated at all. So setup training camp, not the dialog, but the training camp at all. For which, well, this is easy enough. Training camp stats picker is create instance relative. And for now, I am going to look at dead center in the start screen. So screens start X, that tells us the top left corner of the start screen, even if I moved it, and This may seem silly, like when am I ever going to make such a drastic change to the layout of my game? I already did. Used to be, the start screen was in the top left of the table, now it is in the middle. Because that makes the dialogues flow better. So, and by using these abstracted screens objects, these are just X and Y coordinates, don't think they're too complicated. But by using these abstracted screens variables, I can move these around as I please, and because everything is relative to that top left corner that the screen defines, if I move a screen, then everything moves with it. So, this goes in the middle of the screen, so it goes half the screen width over. Likewise, Y plus screen height by 2. Then depth is going to be the table depth, so that the training camp stats picker is always underneath everything else. Object training camp stats picker. And it doesn't need to take any data. We don't care, really. So, sure. Okay. That is going to be our instantiation. I have one more thing that I want to do, which is, you may remember through a lot of fevered rambling, I said something to the effect that I don't want to define the depth here because the depth of instances is kind of a thing that the room handler should manage, not the individual instances. The instance doesn't know or care where its stuff is. Which means I'm having a terrible vision. I'm having a terrible vision. That's okay. Which means we can pass it to the room handler to reorder the draggables on screen with the training camp stats picker. So, room handler dot draggables Sorry, I don't remember what it's called. Draggables on screen with, that's what it's called. No? On screen with? Yes. Here it is. Update all draggable depths on screen with this. Okay. With ID. So we create a bunch of stat scraps, then we tell the room handler, hey, I don't know where these are supposed to go. Figure it out. And how that works is, it is, as per the usual, completely overcomplicated. The room handler tracks all draggables that are created through the magic of the draggable tells the room handler when it is created. And it has a big list, and each draggable moves around within that list, and the list simultaneously represents where its depth is supposed to be, which all has the big end goal that if you pick up something like a photo and you drop it, then it is on top and everything else is underneath, and they maintain their relative ordering such that effectively, if you've picked up everything, then their order is the reverse order of when they were picked up. The first picked up object comes last. It is just above the table. Thank you, butterfly. I forgot, when I crashed Game Maker, it doesn't save anything, by the way. Game Maker doesn't save what configuration you are on until you exit the program properly. That seems like a good idea, doesn't it? Seems like a great idea. Unless the program crashes, in which case you lose all your configuration changes. If only we had some kind of explicit save action which tells the program that I want to persist the state of the project as it is now, and I want that to be saved. Anyway. Okay, excellent. The terrible vision I had previously turned out not to be an issue at all. So, obviously this isn't done. Yeah? Obviously this isn't finished, but it instantiates all of these scraps. All of these actually, though it doesn't look like it, they all got a different stat name. That tells us a few things. One, the stat name needs to be a little further down in order to avoid clipping into the logo. Also, we simply need more space. This needs to be, I don't know, a good few pixels wider on each side. Let's see, heart, image, voice, persona. Persona is the longest word out of these. So, also, I know that I intentionally start them grey after these, but I think I would want these to be cardboard styled, so let's attend to that. And, well, here it is, isn't it? The magic of iteration. Instead of randomly guessing what we might want and investing entirely too much effort making it perfect before we've even seen it in game, first we make something. We make something that is vaguely what we want. Then we can see it and we can judge, is this what we want? Is this not what we want? So, you know, I just have to shout out this music real fast, or I want to talk about it. I also want to shout it out. It is very good. And of course it is going to end. But music always reminds me of FTL : faster than light. As would make sense because, well, it is specifically synth music, so it's intended to use the same instruments and evoke the same vibe as FTL is going for. But this, right? You can't tell me it's not. It's certainly not an intentional reference, but this kind of chill synth wave, you would absolutely not bat an eyebrow if you heard this play within FTL. If you don't know what the game FTL : faster than light is, ask your parents. Jeez, when did FTL come out? Wasn't it like a decade ago? Chat, I'm making a mistake. I'm googling when a game that I enjoyed in my youth came out. 2012. Oh, that hurts. I mean, not that much. It would have hurt if it had been like 2008. But yeah, 2012 is about when I would have placed it. As by when I guessed that it would have been about a decade. But, so, what have we learned? Let's remember, this needs to be bigger, significantly. It also, I want this to be a little taller. So let's make this 26 pixels tall. Right. This still makes the logo, the icon, somewhat prominent on it. I think it shouldn't be any larger than this, certainly. But it is prominent enough. Yeah. Like, it certainly no longer takes up half the image as it used to, but I'd say this is still prominent. And as far as that word means anything. Now, as I said, I want this to be cardboard colored, which means we are going to identify some place where cardboard exists. Like you, in order to steal our colors. So that's the inner color, that's the outer color, thank you, goodbye. Oops, it's not what I want. I'm making a hash of everything. So, fill with the main body color. It does occur to me that if we want to make a border like so, we probably want a little distance between the border and the icon, which of course we can do. It just means we need more space, which makes it good to begin with that I gave it a little more space. There. That looks a lot better, really. It does. So, let us apply this. So, we go to the actual size. We toss the bad one that we've made previously. Yes, I want to delete that. Then we go to the start screen, assets. You know what? Before we do that, we're going to do one more thing, which is we're going to make the variations. So, for that is going to be on the minigame screen. And this needs to be in specific order. So I can jump to this very specifically. For each of the idle stat names, in what order are they? HVIP. Heart, voice, image, persona. So I should put I should put the stats grab images in the same order, because otherwise it's gonna be a huge mess. Right. Grab this, then return to the training camp stat scrap. Close all but this so that I can actually keep track of it. And just delete the heart like so. Yeah. Yeah, leave a single pixel as a marker. HVIP. So, yes, Toraka, which one of these is image, which one is persona? It's this one, which is image. I've labeled them. Take this. Right. That's the fun thing that GameMaker does, and you can't be mad at it for it. Every sprite, by default. Well, when you copy-paste something, you don't exactly copy-paste so much as you create a new brush. And you can, oh, I don't know, make a circle out of smiles. Yes, really. Instead of having a single pixel brush, you now have the smile as a brush. It also blends this with whatever color you have selected. Would it make sense to automatically reset to white blend color when you copy paste something? Sure would make sense. But this is GameMaker. This is GameMaker where things certainly would make sense. Okay. I think it needs to be like so. Yeah. Yeah, I think. Do these have the same origin? I mean, I left a pixel here, and this is the middle of it, so yes it does. This looks a little off-centered, but I don't know. That looks good. So, now we can upscale this into its proper form so that we can then reassociate it with the sprite. Watch out, engineer math is happening. 26 times 6 is equal to 30 times 6 minus 4 times 6, which is 180 minus 24, which means that is 154. 156 even. Oops. Also I should be on scale, not on resize. Would it have been much easier to calculate 41 times 6? Yes. But here we are. Okay. Now, reassociate this with the objects. So object, training, camp, stats grab. Reassociate this with its sprite, and for now I'm not going to bother picking the sub image. I'm just gonna leave it as it is. Also, you're not animated, are you? No, you're at 0 frames per second. Good. Otherwise this would have looked very silly for a moment there. And for testing purposes, it just puts on whatever stat it was given as a parameter right now. So we should now observe. Excellent. It is still a little too small. Or I think what we are gonna do is we're going to change out the font. We're going to change the font because yeah, that only makes sense. Because this font is stupendously large. Please don't set me off about how absolutely no sense fonts make, specifically font sizes. For all that it matters, this and this, these two words, may as well be the same font size. They aren't, but there is no consistency, there's certainly no enforced consistency between how big letters of a specific font size are. It only matters within the given font. So let us do that real fast. Oh, for a practical reason that the font is simply too large. Font too big. And to prove my point, yeah, the handwriting font was 20 pixels, so it was 20 point. I'm now going to change to the general text font, also at 20 pixels, at 20 point. It has no relation to pixels. And let's see, how large is this? You see that, yeah? You see this? Where previously it broke its borders, now it is struggling to fill it. Yes, that is purely the difference between two different fonts, both set to 20 point. Because there is no consistency between them. What I'm further going to do. Okay, so we can actually shrink the image again. Which is gonna be a bastard. Because I've just made all the variations as if I wasn't then gonna change it again. We're also gonna make this so that the text is aligned at the bottom, so that they have a common bottom line. Right now, as it was, because the P goes further down, it was aligned weirdly. So this is of course aligned at the top. So let's say we completely remove this set Y. How about that? So we can then shrink the image. We're going to need to resolve what the translated name of the stat is. Yeah, that looks good. That looks good. I really like the spacing as it is. So we can take off comfortably. Let's not remember, the text is going to grow a little bit as we capitalize it, but we can shrink the image horizontally and a bit vertically. Right? So that's good. And then we need to figure out how to resolve the stat name to its translated counterpart. We're gonna have to change the image sprite. Remember, only the hard scrap is supposed to look like this. I think I'll also I'll bake in a little bit of shadow, though it's true. It's only the photos that currently have shadows in what might be a little bit of a logic break. The photos have shadows. Band name scraps and everything else do not. Hang on, pure dawn comes first, yes. So something like this, which admittedly, it's implied that this is not a physical object. This is just allowing you, the player, to assign it. But we might want to... Yes, we might want to bake a shadow into the stat scraps in order to make them appear as physical objects. And likewise, when you pick up a photo, it does this cute thing where it changes its angle. And a lot of things do so. I think you do? Yeah. So all of the things that are physical objects do this. You come to think of it now, I wonder if I should give the band name scrap a shadow. I probably should. Let's put that on the list. That never occurred to me, but yeah, it makes no sense that it doesn't have one. So that's under notes. Ah, I see. Right. It splits in two here because this is the markdown version and this is the parsed version. Cool. Give band name scraps a shadow. Right. Okay, but we have made our good start. We have done triggering the dialogue. The events are triggered in specific weeks. We do not want to block concerts because of the feel bad that we talked about. The stat selector is spawned, it just isn't done. Specifically, it still needs a sprite and it needs slots to put the scraps into, and I've intentionally held off on creating the sprite because I first want to figure out how does the stat scrap look good. So what size does it need to be? Let's just attend that real fast. Yeah. No, I'll remember. So the reason that I'm holding off on this is that's time for us today. Time really flew by. Weird how that happens when you don't have higher brain function in your frontal lobe. Well, no, my frontal lobe is fine. Isn't that where you imagine stuff? It's more along the sides. Anyway, that is going to be it from me for today. I'll be live again tomorrow, starting from 9 AM Central European Time till 1 PM, so 4 hours ago till now. Should be localized time in your time underneath the stream also. And wow, literally everybody is on. Absolutely everybody is on. All of our friends. And we gotta pick one. I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna check in with Mr. Working Orders, who was here previously, because his stream title says that he's preparing for a demo, which is very cute. It's very interesting. So let's see if we can check by him and see what's up with that. Yeah, he is working on what's he always say it? Spiritfarer / Hollow Knight inspired game. Which always reminds me of the Silksong joke. Though I guess this joke is less funny now that Silksong actually has at least a year. It's got a release year. So that's cool. But yeah, he's got a very defined art style that I enjoy. So let's see if we can go give him some love. I'll be back tomorrow and Sunday. See ya then. Goodbye. Thank you all so much for watching, chatting, hanging out, doing all the things that you do. Sorry, I'm so low energy right now. But still, thank you and goodbye.